Well, I pushed the button. Am I live? Can you hear me? Is the sound okay? Alright, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and begin. Live and audio is good! Hooray! Success! Alright. Hello everyone, and welcome to another live stream where I'm going to be continuing working on the Lunar Cathedral. We started it last time, it's been like 3 weeks, but I think we made good progress last time. So the things that we're going to be doing today is we're going to be marking out the crossing. I don't know if we'll actually get to doing the crossing and the transepts. Be honest, I kind of tend to skip it, do the choir and the Apse and Ambulatory. So I think that's the main thing that we're going to be doing today is Apse and Ambulatory, and we'll see if I get to doing the crossing after that. And of course the last thing I build is always the bell towers and the front entrance, but we'll get to doing that later. We'll see if we get to it tonight. We may or may not. But first things first, I have a question for you all. Do we want the blue eyes or amethyst? Purple or blue? I know we put the blue ice in last time, but I feel like this has become more of a purple build than a blue one. I mean, I know I did the blue for the little orb things out here, but I've also used a lot of the amethyst. So, yeah, I think I like the amethyst in here. It kind of calms down the ceiling just a little bit. So, yeah, exactly. It ties it in a little bit better with the windows because it goes from the dark blue to the purple. So, that's what we're going to stick with. Also, I am aware that this floor is really, really flat and awful, but at this point I'm going to be doing the floor later. I'm just going to be marking it out, partially because I don't actually know what I want to do with the floor here. Normally when I'm making floors, what I normally end up doing is more of a mandala, or like what you'd find in linoleum, you know, just a basic floor pattern like that. And for this one, I feel like it needs to be starry and magical, and I'm not sure what I want to do with it, so I'm putting it off. So there. So the next thing we're going to do is going to have to lay out where we want to put the transepts, the crossing, and then be able to, I'm going to move on and just do the choir and the ambulatory. I think I don't want to bother with aisles on the transepts, so I think all I need to do is make a nice square, and then it'll be another square over here that's the same size and on either side, and then we'll do the choir. Honestly, trying to make the transepts mesh with this section over here is some of the hardest, probably because, you know, I could just slap a wall there and call it good, but then you have like this pillar is supposed to show on this side. Which side do you compromise? Do you compromise the transept side, or do you compromise the aisle? Is always a big question. So, yeah. Oh, you think that the floor pattern, Erin says that I should keep the floor pattern pretty sparse. So, yeah, probably for this one. I don't know. I like having fancy floors, but I'm not sure what I want to do with this one. Hello there, Polaris! I'm trying to get better at actually saying everybody's names when they say hi. Alright. So, let's see here. I have completely forgotten how many blocks to cross count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, space. Okay, so we're gonna do that same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I count that right? Yeah, I did. And then space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3 for the that pillar over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and another pillar here. So that's going to be the size of our crossing. We're just going to do a basic square. I am going to put a lantern in this because lanterns are cool. But we'll get to doing that later too. Probably if I finish the Apse and Ambulatory, I'm just going to go straight to doing the crossing and doing a lantern up top. And then I'll figure out transepts because, yeah. Anyway, so I'm actually going to figure out, first and foremost, where my center point is going to be. And mark it with a lantern, well, not a lantern, a frog light. So it looks like that, and that's good, okay. So that makes this easier, so that way I can just select this. And then copy, rotate 90, paste, that's there, and do that again. Boink. There, now we have that line drawn out for us. Boink, boink. Alright, and yeah, I'm just going to put perfect squares for the transepts as well, so I'll go ahead and do that right at the moment. So, I'm not going to bother looking at that, I'm just going to count it out again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this is where the end of the transept is going to go. So it is going to still stick out a bit from the building, but it's not going to be just like hugely out, so I'm okay with that. And same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3. And then I can just fill in all the way over here. We'll figure out how these walls are going to go later. I can place blocks. And I'm going to select this entire thing and just copy it over to the other side. Did I get it? Oh, that one was already selected as space number 2, that's why. Okay. Oop. Copy. Flip. Paste. Alright, so now I just need to copy one of these segments and we're going to splat it in the choir. So let me grab, oh, that's snow. I don't have snow on my bar right at the moment. That's okay, we're gonna grab you. Oop, that was supposed to be snow. I feel like that's going to chop off some of it. I actually want the full aisles now that I think about it. So I want the whole thing, so that's not where I'm gonna select it from. Here. Is there anything else sticking out from there? No, it doesn't look like it. So that should be good. Go up to this side. Make sure I'm getting everything. It looks like it's one block out. There we go. This is probably one of the quirkiest builds I've ever made. But that's fun. I like doing quirky builds, so. Alright, so it should be as easy as taking this spot here, copy, and moving all the way over to here, and paste. Poof. Ta-da! Alright. I don't know that I want this here. So there. Okay. And yeah, the same could be done over here for the obsidian as well. Alright, Alright, so, yep, because I'm skipping the transepts, the next thing we need to do is go ahead and we're going to put an Apse and Ambulatory over here. So this is the fun part! Whee! I've actually built enough of these that I don't mind them as much anymore, except trying to build the windows for them is kind of an absolute pain in the butt. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, so we need to make a circle. So first of all, I'm going to figure out exactly where the end mark is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Block. 1, 2, 3. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that? No. No, 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 no. So it does do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that means that this spot here is where the edge of my first circle is going to go. So, yeah, let's go ahead and really I just need to draw this one line. Thankfully, I just did a circle video. So you all should know how to build circles by this point. We're gonna start at 1, 2, 3. This looks like a small circle. I'm so used to building big circles now that I'm a little bit I don't know. It seems weird to mix little circles at this point. We actually have a rounded diamond, so I'm going to fix it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna bump everything over by 1. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing circle tools. I think the main reason I felt it was necessary to... Oh, those are not even... That's not the same circle. The main reason I decided to make a video on doing circles is because I know that doing Romanesque build and specifically doing domes, I use a bunch of circles. You already saw me do it in when I made my vault tutorial video. I talked about it there, where I just basically, I made that funnel shape by building a whole bunch of consecutive circles all the way down. I'm doing the same thing again for doing domes. And, so... Yeah, exactly. You get to the point where building circles has to become a second nature, or else it's going to be a lot of circles that you'd have to find individual circles for a whole bunch of different sizes all the way down. And at some point it just becomes easier to just be like, alright, I'm building a circle. I think this might actually need to be... I'm changing the circle again. All over the place here. I'm gonna just do it over here, and then I'll copy and paste it over there. It's what I get for talking while trying to do this. Oh, that's going to end on that. Yuck. Hate ending it on that. So for big circles, Aaron, you talk about using a site for that. MS Paint is brilliant, because all you do is you get a big circle and it has its own circle tool. The only problem with MS Paint is it tends to not be even. So on here you can like do 1/4 of the circle and copy it, paste it all the way around. So in MS Paint you have to basically select a single 1/8 and then copy it all the way around, because for some reason MS Paint doesn't actually make all of its sides the same. Go figure. So. I don't like how many 1, 2, 3s this across. Changing my circle. Alright, so I like that shape a little bit more, so we're going to go with that one. So I just snag it. There we go, that's the end. Alright. Copy. Flip. Paste. Alright. Now to do the bigger one. Once again, I'm going to try to figure out exactly where the end is going to go, so the radius. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's our cross. The tricky part is this isn't actually going to be a cross in the end, so after I build my circle, I'm actually going to erase this line, but it helps me build my circle, so. I don't think I've heard of GIMP for pixel art and stuff. I just always use MS Paint. Maybe that's a crutch, but it's what I'm used to. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. That should be fine, I think. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2, 1. And we'll see where that goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wouldn't call it I wouldn't call MS Paint free Photoshop because it's not. Oh, hello, am I? So, thanks for the gradient stuff. I just did posted a oh, GIMP is an open source. That's what you're talking about, is the GIMP is the open source Photoshop. Gotcha. I haven't tried it before. Anyway, you're talking about gradients. And the funny thing is, I just did, I've been building, for you guys, I've been trying to build the Romanesque stuff. I ended up posting a build for the Romanesque thing yesterday, and people just like tore my poor gradient apart. They were so mad at it. To completely redo it, rethink it, and then repost it, because I think the thing was, you know, I was looking at their comments and I was like, yeah, I could be frustrated at this, but they're actually right. So I went back and had to fix it. It was a big moment. Yes, that's not lining up. What did I do wrong? See here, 1, 2, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. So there's 2, 1, 2. There's 2 of those. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's what I did wrong. So this one, it would be like that. Well, and it's okay. Like I'm okay with receiving criticism. That's not gonna work. I'm okay with receiving criticism of my work. And obviously, again, they were completely right. But it was just a moment of, oh, I did it wrong. I think that's my biggest fear with any of these things, is that I'm going to post a whole video of like, okay, this is how you do a thing. And then I'm going to have a bunch of people who come on and are like, you did it wrong. And I'll be like, oh. You're right. But yeah, that's all right. Yeah. 2, 1, 2, and then we can go into 1, 1, 2s. 1, 1, 2, 1, and close it off. And we're down to a rounded square, actually. But I'm actually okay with that. Maybe? I might, I'm sure the last thing you guys wanted was to watch me diddle with a circle. So if we go down to 1, 2, 1, 2, faster. So instead of repeating the 2 3s, and then we can delete everything in between. So we have 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 2 1. I think I want to just close that off like that. All right, I feel better about that circle. I mean, that's a fair comment. Oh boy. Alright. Copy. Flip and paste. Alright, now we're going to go ahead and delete this line. Because we don't need it. And I'm going to delete these white blocks here, and we're going to start trying to figure out where we want to put our pillars. So I think there's going to be a pillar there and a pillar there. Easiest thing for me to do, honestly, is just like find a flat spot to put a pillar in the middle, and then draw it out to the edge from there. So I'm going to actually put a G mask of air on here so that way I'm not deleting anything that's already there. And I would like to draw a line there. Alright, so let's look at what pattern we have here. This one apparently says 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 pattern. I'm actually going to simplify it because yeah, it bothers me when you end up with patterns like this. I would rather see it be a 1 2 3 4 pattern and have it actually start from here. So I know I use the line tool a lot, but I also edit it a lot. So I'm gonna say 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3. And this is actually going to be a pillar. So 1 2 3 4, and then 1 2 3 4. Sometimes it's just easier to work with straight up numbers, but that actually means that the center of the pillar, next pillar, should be right here. So that's where it's going to be. It does cut off a little bit funny there. I think, wait, 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, or should that be the edge of the pillar? It might actually be easier to make that the center of the pillar. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. Alright, and we can move on, and I'm going to place it right about there, I think. I want this to be the center of my other pillar, because that makes sense to me. We're going to do the same thing, draw a line. Oof. That's not a very clean line. Let's see here. Do I want to keep that line or do I want to change it? So if we have just a straight 45-degree angle, it's a little bit too close to that edge and not close enough to that edge. But that almost feels... oh, my voice is going already. The stream just started. So that's a 1 2 3 4 5 and then a 1 2. I could see where it takes me. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 1 2. So that would mean that the center of my pillar Alright, I've got two comments that have come in here, and I feel like I should answer both of them. So, I don't like that square. I think I need to actually move this over a little bit more. So the Bone says, I want to build a cathedral, but I'm having such a tough time deciding on what colors to use. I always think of a theme first, which is one of the reasons why I asked what theme that I wanted to do. But then again, I'm also almost always doing a fantasy themed stuff. Just because that's what I enjoy doing. Oh, that's supposed to be like that. Okay. Right? 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Alright, we're gonna move you. So I really like doing fantasies themed stuff. I think it's because I'm, grew up with Legend of Zelda stuff. I read a lot of books. And that was just the stuff I liked doing, so, trying to think of where to put this pillar instead. Maybe if I make this my center point? But I find that once I have that, then I can usually pick colors afterwards. I think it also helped that I went to college as an art major. That's what I did in college. I dropped out. I'm a college dropout, but I like this pattern more. 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 2. Okay. And so like color schemes is like one of the big things they cover, and so you get your complementary color scheme and other such things. So I don't know. So perhaps I have a bit of an unfair advantage to that. Usually I can look at it and be like, I want this color scheme for this theme. But alright, Bunny Rabbit says, hello from Indonesia! Hello! Color theory is weird, but I like it. That's the part that I actually enjoyed when I was in school. I think that's where I want my pillars to go, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it to the other side. Alright, so then the other question I got, it's getting buried a little bit, is how did you learn so much about Gothic architecture? This is MI asking about that. It's not a random question, it's fair. I actually started, surprise, surprise, well, okay, so I learned a little bit about Gothic architecture in college, but it was like one class and like a small section of class that just it was an introduction to all of the arts. It was like one of the base classes, and it just had a section that ran through all of the different kinds of art. And one of them was on architecture. And I remember reading through that textbook section there on all of the architecture history. It mostly covered from, it went from porcelain lintel to Roman to Romanesque, and then straight from there into Gothic. And I don't think it covered, it wasn't an art history class. It was just like a beginner art class that just happened to cover everything in art. So it had maybe a week that we talked about architecture, just because it was one of the types of art that was in the book. But I remember finding it really fascinating. I really liked that class. And I never really explored it more until I was building stuff in Minecraft. And I just was like, I want to learn how to actually build this, build some of this stuff. So I did. I went and took the effort to try to learn what it would take. This is super squishy in the middle. I'm actually going to bump these pillars out more. So a lot of it, some of it was looking at textbooks that were left over from college, but a lot of it was also just looking up a whole bunch of stuff on I feel bad about saying, because I had people who are like, oh, you must be an architect. I'm like, haha, I'm really not. Yeah, most of it's just looking up stuff on the internet. 1 2 1 2 3 pattern looks like. 1 2 1 2 3 1 2. Oh, it's a 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 pattern. Okay, 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. Cool. Right there is my pillar. And I think I'm gonna fight the opposite problem where now this section's too small and that section's too fat. It's inevitable. Alright, alright. But yeah, I think I like breaking things down and trying to figure out exactly why something would be architecturally sound and going from there. I'm actually just going to move this over literally 1 block and see if that is what I need it to be. And so, yeah, just learning how things are supposed to look, it really helps me for figuring out things, which then really bothers me when, you know, you build something that, you know, people can build some amazing things really, really quickly, that have interesting shapes and appearances from the outside, but then you look at their insides and, well, for one thing, they leave them hollow most of the time, or when they do build an interior, it doesn't match up with the exterior. And it's like, it kind of bothers me when people do that, but I know that it's technically, you can make some really amazing builds that way. But I wanted to, when I was doing Minecraft stuff, I wanted to build things with the purpose of making it so that way you could tell where the structure originated, what's holding everything up, and I think that's, to me, is the part that's kind of fun. So we have a 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2, and that's the edge. Interiors can be difficult, but I actually have troubles with the exterior more often than not. But that's because I'm building big temples, and I like to build the interior and figure out what's holding everything up, which is more often than not these big pillars. But then trying to build the exteriors, I'm just like, and you put a wall there, I guess. You add a gradient, I guess. So, and honestly, I really struggle with building small houses, which, is, I know it's a bit silly because that's like what everybody builds in Minecraft, but I guess I should have left this marker here. Oops. There. Yep. So, I think it also came from, most of my learning how to play Minecraft came from, I first started watching, Ethos Lab, and so the way he builds things, oh, did I say minus error there? That was a mistake. Undo. Just do a paste there. Oh, no, that still missed it. Oh. What? I'm really confused as to why that's not deleting that section. I've got this. Got it all. That should be covering that whole section. I know why. I have a G-mask on. Ah. Oh, did I... Yeah, G-mask disabled. That's what I wanted to do. Alright, now we can do copy, flip, paste. G-masks are my friend and also my enemy. I always forget that they're on, and then they cause me all sorts of problems. Alright, so this side is still a little bit on the squishy side, but at this point I don't care. I'm gonna consider it good enough. Alright. So now we need to find where my center point is going to go. And go figure, I've kind of like, I'm spacing on where that center point is. What was that you were saying about learning about while watching Etho? Right, that's the tangent I was on. Thank you for reminding. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so the thing with Etho is that he tends to build a face plate. That is what the character interacts with. He does all of the redstone stuff, but, you know, he'll build the face plate, then build the redstone behind it and kind of tuck it away behind. And then that's how he always does his... So he ends up building where he doesn't tend to build the outside of the buildings until very last. And so I kind of picked up that same habit from him. So you first start with the faceplate on the inside is what you are interacting with. And then I build whatever I need to build in between, and then I build the exterior as a shell going all the way around that. It's just a different way of building than a lot of builders do. It's nothing wrong with it, but that's what I always picked up from watching Etho. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's the center point. I'm just gonna mark it like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I know this isn't technically an inaccurate way of finding the center because curves. Curves aren't accurate like that, but it's easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's the center point. Good, it made a nice, happy center point. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the center point there. Alright. And I'm gonna say that means that my in between both of those. I know, I talked about more accurate ways of placing center points and I'm over here guesstimating, but close enough. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There. I'm glad that these have been odd numbers so far because it makes it easier to find center points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Uh-oh, speak of the devil. I'm gonna count from here, and... yes, if I mess up the center, I'll just move everything and it'll be fine. No, trying to move things on diagonals are awful, even with World Edit. But honestly, I'm not that concerned about the center points because inevitably the ambulatory looks messy as heck anyway. So if your center point is off by a couple of blocks, nobody's going to care or even notice. So I don't care. Anyway, this one is 16 across, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that means 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Technically, it would be between these two. So which one do I like more? I think I like this one more, so I'm going to put that one back. Alright. And guesstimating that my center point is right. Why do I land a little bit off from where I intended to go? So I'm not looking straight down, that's why. There we go. Boink. Boink. Oh, oh, that one. Yep, that's better. I like that better. Alright. And center point for this one's a lot easier to do. Technically, so the proper way to find the center point would actually be to build another circle. Because that's what the center point is doing, is it's wrapping around in a circle again. But I'm being lazy. And that's not even in the center. There we go. Much better. And there's my center point. Okay. And then we're going to start building X's. I actually do have a Discord server, but it's for, my husband, set up a couple of servers at one point, so it was for that, but, like, nobody uses it anymore, so, or if they do, it's very rarely. Recently, Aaron and I have been using it to do stuff in Legend of Alex. Aaron Space, by the way, has volunteered to help me out, and he's been a tremendous help with doing Legend of Alex stuff. So, really happy about that. I'm really excited for the, hello, Aaron. I'm really excited for the June 7th, the new update for Minecraft coming out, because I'm going to be doing a video on the Wind Temple, and I want those new bamboo blocks, and it's going to be fun. And Aaron's been helping me build puzzles and stuff for it, so got myself a posse. My posse includes Aaron. He's like my one and only person right at the moment. Oh, for my viewers to show my builds? No, I don't have anything like that set up. I don't know how to do that stuff. I feel like this should be a different color. What color should I make this? Let's make it out of clay. There we go. And you're right, I probably should set up something like that, considering I really like it when people show me their builds, because then it makes me happy of just like, I'm helping someone. So maybe I'll try to set up something like that later, if you guys are interested in having something like that. Oh boy, that's so wonky. I almost feel like this needs to be one more that way. Oop, that's... What is MCPE? Bunny rabbit? What is MCPE? Oh, Pocket Edition. Gotcha. Yeah, I can try to set up a proper Discord if you're interested in joining, and then I don't know, where do I even post something like that? Just on my YouTube community channel? Minecraft Pocket Edition, like Bedrock, but on phone. Gotcha. I gotta say, anybody who does Minecraft on their phone, that is a whole other world of really, really hard to do, so kudos to you for being able to do that. I tried to do phone stuff at one point, and I couldn't do it. I didn't have the patience for it or anything like that. What am I doing? I think I want to then draw middle line stuff. This middle line should be right here. And we're going to... Hang on. I might just toss the snow for right at the moment because I kind of want to snag the next color in the list here. And I'm going to use the light blue terracotta to draw my middle lines here. All of these lines, I don't know, I could make it as the actual floor pattern, but that's a little bit odd. Sometimes I'll probably delete it later, but this is to help, guidelines to help me build the actual thing. The actual Apse and Ambulatory. So, line, light blue, terracotta. I mean, draining the ocean monument is kind of a pain in the butt. I ended up doing that a couple times just to make guardian farms. And it's not fun. My preferred method for making a guardian farm, I've made this farm like a dozen times, and inevitably the moment I finish it on the server, then that's like when everybody leaves the server and I never see anybody ever again. My preferred method is actually to just drain the bottom underneath the guardian temple, the ocean temple, and then build the farm underneath. So that's usually what I end up doing for a guardian farm. I have a design I've made for that. But oh yeah, hearing guardian squish is hilarious. It's probably one of the funnier sound effects in the game. Good enough? Good enough. Yeah, that's the big problem, is you drain the whole ocean temple and then you're just like, well, I'm tired of this. Time to do something else. Alright, so I actually want to snag one of these pillars going all the way up, so we're gonna grab it, because I'm too lazy to make this gradient over and over and over again, so I'm gonna do it the lazy method and just go up as high as I need it to go, which I'm gonna cut it off here-ish. Alright, so we're gonna copy it from right here. Copy. And then paste. And we have some excess, so I'm gonna carve it off. By the way, if we're talking about color schemes, this particular build is an analogous color schemes. That means all of the colors are on the same same side of the color wheel. So we have an analogous color scheme of blue and purple. Honestly, there isn't any other colors in this build. It's just blue and purple, and then varying shades and tints of that. So it's almost monochromatic. The only thing that makes it not monochromatic is the blue. So which is actually okay because if you think about the theme of Lunar, then you're not going to have a wide color scheme. Oops. That was a mistake. Copy. And then paste. Yeah, so because it's the lunar theme, you're not going to get a wide variety of colors at nighttime. And most shades turn into hues of, turn into shades of either purple or blue in dark light. So that's kind of one of the reasons for going with the purple and blue theme. Erin, are you talking about this particular palette or like any palette? Before I do a build, I did this with you guys last stream. Just in general, yeah, I did this with you last stream, where I honestly just sat down and did just played with gradients and played with colors for a while, just to get. Hang on, how high is that? -29, and so I need that color there. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. Kind of forgot what I was my train of thought. Oh yeah, so beforehand I always just spend a while that just playing with gradients and colors until I find something that I like. And obviously for this gradient, I I started with that one because I really liked the deep blues, and I really wanted to challenge myself with blues because blues are the hardest color to do in Minecraft because there aren't very many options to pick from. And you have all sorts of warm blues versus cool blues, and yeah, I'm very picky about using warm and cool colors with my color palettes. I think that's part of what I've kind of briefly mentioned it a couple of times, where I'll stare at a color and for instance, I would never use Deep Slate in this particular build because Deep Slate is a warm black, whereas Blackstone is a cool black. And so it kind of bothers me when people use warm colors in cool palette themes. Like, you can do it if you're gradienting between cool color to a warm color, but just putting the warm colors next to cool colors does not make me happy. So I don't know. I spend a lot of time messing with blocks and trying to figure out exactly what I'm doing with that. What am I doing? I am going to be drawing lines. That's what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a light there. 1, 2, 3. I'm just drawing what I'm seeing on the floor, and I'm going to make the basic frame over here. That's what I'm gonna do next. Oh, that one's connected diagonally. Okay. 3. 2, 1. And make sure I'm on the same level, Y level, all the way across for that one. Except I should mark out my center. Okay. And as you can obviously tell, I only do 1/2 at a time, and then I can just quickly, once I have the entire ambulatory done, I'm just going to copy it, flip it, and paste it. it just saves me that much more effort. Yeah, I'm not gonna start on doing the arches just yet. I was about to, and I don't know why I was about to. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and center point. And then 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Next line. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Center point. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2. Alright, alright. Wink. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 5. 2, 3, 4. That's 6 down there. Why is that 6? Did I really do 6 out? I did. Huh. Weird. Why did I do that? Oh well, it makes a nice enough circle. Oh wait. Actually, yeah, no, I do want that, actually. Yeah. Sorry, I probably should be talking more while I'm doing this, but sometimes it's just easier to just build. Boink. And that's just the 45-degree angle until it meets up with that one. Nice! Alright. And this line. It's a lot of 1-2s. Center point. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it meets up over here. Cool. And I'm just gonna draw that line over here because I need it. And I'm gonna kill this roof line a little bit. Alright. And then I need the X's at the top. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Center point. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oops. 1, 2. And there. Whoop. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And over here, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. And right there. Cool, so that's that X done. And, well, I say X, but it's the plus shape. A cross. That thing. Alright. And now for this one. 1, 2. 1, 1. 1, 2. Sweet. Alright. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. Oh, that one made a nice pattern. Good, good. 2, 1, 1, 2. 1, and those are just a 45-degree angle. Okay. so we have all of those in place now. And now I just need to start building the arches. Fun stuff. Alright, so the arches are going to be following my clay line. I almost wonder if I should build the arches out of clay. But it will recess those arches a little bit more. And these ones are made out of the white concrete, so I think I'm just going to stick with the white concrete. So this process is always a huge amount of trial and error where I stand back and look at it and be like, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. A library would be a fun thing. I honestly think that more things should be built with Gothic architecture. Like, in real life. Just because I think it's cool. Like, we need I know there are some revivals of Gothic architecture out there. And I would love to see it used more in just, like, town halls and stuff like that. But usually, for some reason, people default to doing, like, neoclassical and similar things to that. And I think there are so many cool things you could do with Gothic architecture. An idea that I think would be really, really cool is actually a greenhouse made with the, it almost has that Victorian style, like an orangery or something like that, that has, you know, most of it is made out of wrought iron, and then you fill in the gaps with glass, and then have a big, greenhouse, you know, a bunch of plants and stuff inside. I think, I like orangeries just in general, but I think that would be really cool to do something like that with Gothic arches. And I've actually tried to build something similar in Minecraft, but it didn't turn out great. But yeah. The sun is going to run into stuff, I think. It's going to be a bunch of 1-2s all the way up to the top. Except right there. Well, no. Oh, never mind. That's just a bunch of 1-2s. Alright, so that's that side. And then these ones will inevitably be a lot more elongated, and then I need to make the big one going across the back. I almost never go all the way up as high as this one when I'm doing these big ones, just because I just run into the problem where it goes up too quickly and then just, like, has to suddenly turn. So, yeah, it's a little bit messy. Maybe another 1, 2, 3, and then a bunch of 1-2s. Oop, actually, I need that to go up higher. Fascinating. Cool. And then I try to do the exact same curve going back down the other way, so that way it's at least a little bit more symmetrical. I almost feel like this could be a little bit more gradual, so a couple of 1, 2, 3s going up. Yeah, I like that shape better. It's making more of a curve instead of just like meh. Alright. So let's try to copy that same shape. I actually like it making more of a point, but it should be more going down here first, now that I think about it. and then going across, which then means that that's a little bit awkward. I don't know how many times I'm just like staring at a build and going, yeah, alright. Oop. Back down you go. There we go. That's better. I think. Wait, that's the center. Why am I making the center all the way over there? Nope. Yep, most of the time your build time is just like backing off, looking at it, going and then backing off, well, going back in, doing a little thing, backing off again, and then Am I going down at the right rate? It's really, really hard to tell. Let's see here, where's my bottom block? -41. So, -41, it actually starts right there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then, oh yeah, there, that worked out. Cool. And then I'm gonna close off this one by doing that, and then do the crossing ones over there. This is probably why the ambulatory takes the most amount of time. It's just because you have to build each and every thing differently. You know, for all of these, you build one iteration and then it's just copy paste, but you can't do that when you're going around in a circle. So alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing this out of order. I really should be doing all of the ones, making up the actual grid first and then doing the essential ones, but but I'm not, and I don't know why I'm not. Alright. Good enough, I suppose. Wow, that looks really wonky. Honestly, I'm gonna change that line. I'm gonna make it do that instead. There has to be 1, 2 in there somewhere. I just have to determine where it's going to go. I think I like that better. It's gonna line up with things better. Okay. And now I can do this crossy guard one, and then I can do the one there, the diagonal one. Alright. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? No, is that the same for all of them? Why are you going up by 5? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that one's going all the way up to 5. I guess it kind of makes sense, because it's fine. Maybe. Yeah, okay, I like that better. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 2. Wait. This is supposed to be over here. And then over here. 2. 2, and that's supposed to be all the way at the top already. 2, 3. Not. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks, Zoni Zebby. I always appreciate the compliments. I always worry that I'm just, you know, a random person who doesn't know what I'm doing. 2, 1, 2, and finally 1, 2. Yeah, that worked out. Cool. And then to finish off this little square here, I just need to do this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, and then some 1, 2s. Oop. I'm at the top already. Whoops, I need to lower it down a bit. See here, I want it to end on that one. So, yep. So probably looks something more like that. Which makes me think that it needs to just round off like that. Here we go. Thanks, Alba Fif. I have fun trying to pronounce everyone's names. Alright. So let's go ahead and start on this one now. This time I'm actually going to do all of the 4 pillar ones, and then I'll do the ones leading up to that central area there. So that's starting... Oh, I started it too high. It worked out. 1, 2, 3. This one's actually needs, it has to go up really, really high, really, really fast. So we're going to, yeah, I'm gonna bump that size up. Because that's on that one. I don't know, I feel like that needs to still be higher. Alright. Excuse me. Alright. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then over here. There we go. That is such a little squishy thing. It's a little bit awkward looking from here, but I actually forgot to do that one. Whoops. These are the most important ones. It's the main one you see. I totally forgot to do it. 3, 4. 2, 3. Yeah, this one's also going to be a little bit odd, but that one's... It has a little bit more room to work with than this one did, but not by much. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. That one's kind of odd because it kind of looks like a big too wide section right there, but I don't think I can avoid that. Something's off. This is supposed to be 4, not 3. Alright. That's not the worst. It's not my favorite either, but it'll have to do. Alright. Doing this quadrant over here now. Let's do this big fat one. Thankfully it's mostly just 45-degree angle here going across. Whoop. It's probably going to jump to 1, 2 really fast. See here, that's my ending point. So yeah, I feel like that's doesn't make a very nice curve. Hang on. I think what I'm going to do is actually do that. So that way there's 2 1 2 3s. Yeah, I like that curve just a little bit more. It does seem a little bit odd right here, but I feel like that's supposed to be like that, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Right? Oh no, I guess I have it going down by 2 over there. I suppose that would be an easy fix, but looking at that, I think that's why I did it, is the top point is supposed to be that block down below. So that's what we're going to do. So it comes out by 1, and then on this one we're gonna go down. And I forget what point we need to start going down to 1 2 3s. I think we're at 1 2 3 right here. Yeah. 1 2 3 and 1 2 3 4. Okay, there's that arch. And then I need to do this one right here. This was like the hardest thing to try to show when I was doing the Apse and Ambulatory video. I was trying really hard to show me building this, but there wasn't an easy way to show it without just, you know, super fast build mode and then just hoping you figure it out from there. Which is one of the reasons I really wanted to do another one with you guys here, like on a live stream. So that way, if you're more interested in seeing it, you can see the actual full process. But it is a long, lengthy process that can be, I don't know, droll. Should I have it go like that, or should I have it come like that? I like it going like this instead. Alright, so then up on this side over here. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 2 1 2. Yeah, that's kind of my hope, is that you can see it a little bit better when I'm just, you know, building it on camera for you guys. But it does mean it takes me hours to do these, inevitably. Like I was actually trying to be pretty simplistic with this build, not gonna lie, and it's taken me quite a bit of time already, and, you know, that's where I'm like, and am I really going to be able to do anything but the Apse and Ambulatory in this entire live stream? We'll see, but probably not. So, because it's a really long process. This actually starts all the way back here, but then it's kind of odd because then that you'd see it pop up, I don't know, all the way over here instead. I don't know. It does mean that it looks like the Springer isn't actually the Springer. That's the big thing with all of these arches, is they have to start at the same point, because that's called the Springer on the actual pillar. So that's where this one's hiding, because it's behind there, but that is technically the Springer right there. It's because that line does go behind the pillar. I think I'm just going to leave it. Honestly, it makes a nice enough arch there. It's mostly looking at it from a distance that you're like, wait, why doesn't that go all the way down? But it does, it just goes behind the pillar. It'll be fine. Alright, so now I need to do the diagonals over here. So 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3, I do? 1, 2, 3. Where am I going with this? To the center line. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Am I going to make it? Or am I going to go too high? I'm going to go way too high. So I'm going to drop it down by 1. At some point I'm going to twist to go into the 1, 2s, because that's, I think that's been my longest arch so far. So, alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Was it? Well, I might run out of room. We'll see. Nah, that's fine, because we'll approach it from there, same as that one. That's a decent enough angle. All right, so we're gonna go over here, and 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2. And 1, 2. And at some point, oops, it's supposed to go over there. And I'm running out of... How does that connect? Wait. I did my line wrong. It's supposed to connect down here. Right? Oh, it only comes out by 2, that's why. Okay. That makes more sense. Alright. So. And the final one over here. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. I didn't actually build the full cathedral for that. The only cathedral I actually finished was the forest cathedral, because it just takes too much time to make all of them. So the one I really liked was actually, I really liked the way that the hollow stained glass one was looking, just because I liked all of the different stained glass in contrast with the black coloring, and just having like the bright rainbow one. I was almost hoping to do something similar for this one, but then it was like, blue and purple, those are my favorite colors anyway, so yeah. Hello, Cirrus! Alright, that's kind of a blocky Springer right here, because he got 3 in a row going right there, but it's fine. Yeah, I just need to do these last 2, and then I can actually start filling in for the rest of the ambulatory. I said it right! Huzzah! I like trying to figure out how to pronounce other people's usernames, especially when it's clear that they put a lot of thought into it. Like, I'd much rather have a cool sounding username than, like, buttface123. But, and yeah, I like trying to figure out how to pronounce it. Partially, I think, because my sister has a very interesting username of Daricio, which most people look at it and they're like, Darikio? So, I just think it's fun to try to actually pronounce people's names. That makes sense, because it's, you know, Cyrus or Sirius, it's Cyros. They're similar. What am I doing here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1. Okay. So now that I have all of the ribs in place, it does kind of look like a bit of a skeleton. This is the skeleton of the actual vault, and then I just need to fill in the rest. Looks like I just filled it in with polished deep slate, so that's what I'm gonna do. Hooray! Filling in stuff! Unfortunately, you get to see some of the more tedious stuff to have to do for some of this stuff. But that's fine. That's what you're all here for, right? Right? Alright, so that is going to connect up with that, so I'm going to put the G-mask air back on and then do line polished blackstone. And I'm going to fill in liberally. Alright. And this one needs to make it to there. And then I can just fill in the top. There. That's that one done. And once again, I can't just, you know, copy one iteration and then, you know, copy it all the way around the circle because it's not all even. Hooray. So that's where, I think that's the main problem with doing the apps and ambulatories. It's just tedious. I like straight lines though. This one's making nice straight lines until it reaches this point and then it's like, nah, straight lines are for losers. And there. There's it there. That one should be pretty easy, but I'm gonna use that to fill it in anyway. And the hope is that just by filling in naturally, it'll start to make more of the four-pointed star shape in the middle, like you see that you get here. But chances are it probably won't, and honestly, it doesn't matter for the apps and ambulatory, because nobody's gonna care. Oh yeah, trying to build on Bedrock, I could never do it. Just partially because you can't do any of the commands for world edit and stuff, which it is a mod, so it's not like I'm, you know, going full vanilla over here, but once you start using world edit, there's like no going back because it's really, really hard to you find just how convenient it is to just use world edit, and you never want to do anything else ever again by hand. Yeah, I think there needs to be more Gothic libraries, just like in real life, because they're cool. So, totally with you on that. That's fair. You get a lot of practice doing things over and over again when you don't have world edit, just because you have to, and there is something to be said about that advantage. But after a while, it gets tedious to have to do it over and over again, and you're just like, yeah, I know how to do this. It's just taking me like 5 days to do something that should have taken me less than an hour. And I think that's the limit for me, where it's just like, no, I'm done. I already know how to do it. I'm also a painter. Well, I used to be. I haven't really done any paintings recently. And doing, it's kind of like having acrylic paints. It's really good practice for mixing colors because you have to remix the same colors over and over again because they dry really, really fast. But it's also frustrating because then you're... What happened there? I went to the wrong blocks. That's what happened there. Is it supposed to go over here? In which case, I can just fill that in on my own. Sorry, distracted. Yeah, you get a lot of practice using acrylic paints because your paints dry so fast that you make something and then it's you know, and then you have to remix the same color over and over again. So it's usually, in my opinion, it's a great recommendation to have if you're wanting to start learning how to be a painter. Start with acrylic paints because then you have to mix your paints over and over and over again. But it does, after a while, you're just like, oh, I have to make the same shade of green all over again. So, you know, it dries 2 seconds after you make it. But it's good. Yeah, humans are built to adapt. Yeah. Alright. We're making progress, and I apparently... Well, no, I guess I have this quadrant, and I have to finish this quadrant, and then this section will be done, and I can move on to the next one. How's it looking from underneath? It's looking a little bit blocky right here, so I'm actually going to... I feel like some of that needs to just be like that. Yeah. There, that feels a bit better. Feels a little less bulgy over there. Alright. How do I want to fill this in? Let's start over here. Well, it's not even connecting over there. Maybe I'll do this one first. I'm trying to avoid doing this face plate, like going level with this, so I'm trying to keep it recessed, which I suppose the best way to do that is to just fill in behind. Like that. And then I can actually build the rest of this. Oh yeah, it certainly can be done without World Edit, for sure. But it's just a lot easier, and I appreciate what Patrick just said, where he's like, yeah, the spouse would appreciate it if you not spend all of your time on Minecraft, and if you're trying to build really big builds, you don't want to have to be doing that all by hand. It's a big time sink. So you have to, in life, you have to prioritize what you're spending your time on, and as much as I love Minecraft, if you can take shortcuts, take them everywhere you can. I have a little boy who needs attention most of the time, and so, like, I can't be spending all of my time on Minecraft. That's the reason my upload rates are abysmal, so... It helped me help you help us all. Yeah, my son is an adorable 4-year-old boy, and he's definitely got a fun personality. He spent the last month being Link from Legend of Zelda because I showed him Ocarina of Time, and then just recently finished Majora's Mask with him. And so I'm like, part of me's thrilled to bits because it's my favorite game series, and so the fact that he's into it as well is It's nice, but it's also just like, alright, can you just be yourself for like 24 hours? Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to the day when my son is old enough to be able to play games like for himself. Right at the moment, he's still in the age of I have to do everything, and then he tells me what to do. It's a little bit frustrating when I'm like trying to build in Minecraft, and he's like, "No, build it this way," and I'm just like, "But my way's better." Shush. But he's learning, and he does a good job considering he's 4. So, looking forward to the time when he can actually play with me instead of just watching me play. Well, we have finished one of these little sections. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that my son will actually be more of a redstoner when he actually starts playing by himself more. Partially because that's what my husband does, but also just you can kind of see personality-wise what kids are more interested in. And my son is really interested in the technicalities of how to make things work and logic systems and stuff like that. You know, he enjoys watching people build things with Legos on, you know, on YouTube and whatnot, but he also really likes watching the engineering videos on YouTube. Part of me's hoping that he clings onto that as he keeps getting older and actually starts understanding them more. Because I'm sure right now he's just like, oh, that's cool, but doesn't understand the science behind it. But I'm willing to bet he's going to be one of those kids that starts picking up on some of that at some point. But we'll see. Again, he's 4, so he's got a long way to go. Alright. Yeah, I actually used to be more into redstone. That was part of what led me to doing the Legend of Steve stuff. I think some of that's because I started Minecraft by watching Ethos Lab. But he sorry, but I'm just an artist at heart, so inevitably I just turned to building as it went on, and especially after I got married and it was my husband doing all of the redstone stuff, it was like, man, do I really want to build this farm? Nah, I'll make Sam do it. So so yeah. Classic. I don't know what that is, Aaron. Sorry. Oof. I don't like that. That's gonna cover up that rib there. Of course, I'm realizing that I actually have my ribs are all colored that, and I have them white over here. I'm gonna finish the build and see how I like it. Honestly, adding more curves to the dome is a better thing, and that's certainly what I would do up here, is make it more curved. I just stick to straight lines here because trying to figure out curves in an already messy area is just, it's too much to try to figure out. So I just try to make straight lines, and if I find that it's not curvy enough, I'll curve it around. I have a whole bunch of comments that just came in, so I'm gonna try to read them for a second. Alright. Yep. Yeah, I like building inside out as well, just because, yeah, as you said, it's going to, you want the inside to be larger, and if you build the outside, it's inevitably going to be not quite the right shape, and usually you end up building it too small, as you said. So, yeah, you want things to look nice and big. Big technical mod pack, that's what tech it is? Okay. I mean, I feel like I really like the create mod for doing more of the building machine stuff. I think they've done an excellent job with create mod. So... yeah, when as you said, Aaron, you build if you build the outside, then you struggle doing the interior, just because you have to try to make things line up. Whereas if you build the inside first, then the outside is just a shell, so you already know where things are going to go to line up. And yeah, you can add some things here and there for, you know, making it look a little bit nicer. You can say, yeah, I need a window over here instead. But, yeah. I feel like I was going to say something else, but it's my brain is gone. That's what I was going to say. Sarah's just mentioned furniture being bland. Yeah, so my biggest problem is I build oversized. I really hate it when people are like, they put down a stair block and some signs on the side, and they're like, that's a chair. And I'm like, I'm looking at that, and that looks like a step. I'm gonna step on it. It may be a stool. I have a really hard time. And that's where you know, obviously, BOO is probably one of the best YouTube builders out there, and he does a lot of those interior stuff. But almost everything he does is on such a small, cramped scale that I have a really hard time with it. And I can't ever use the same techniques he does because of that. So... and there's nothing wrong with building. Yeah, the bigger it is, the more detail you can get. Can be true, can also be frustrating if you, like, almost make it too big and then try to keep everything in scale with each other can be challenging. And there's nothing wrong with building on a smaller scale, but it just never works for me. I've been running into that problem with Legend of Alex. I have all of my houses that I've built in the town. I've been trying to furnish them, and most of them I just, like, gave up, and I need to go back in and, like, try again at it. Because it's... yeah. Just use slabs with a trapdoor behind it. Yeah. That's almost like a Japanese style chair, you know, those ones that, like, are just sit directly on the floor. You get a little pad to sit on. Yeah, I always feel bad when, you know, looking at some of my Legend of Alex stuff, because I'm just like, man, I know I basically on my own for most of it, though I'm glad Aaron has said he'll help me out with it. But sometimes I'm just like, this is beyond my expertise, and I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm great at building temples, but you get me to build some of, like, oh, terraforming is another one of those that I'm just like, yeah, I can terraform, kind of, but it's not gonna look good. So most of the time when I'm building chairs, sorry, we're over here talking about furniture now. Almost all of my chairs, the best method that I find is inevitably going to be, if I can find where they stuffed it. There it is. We're going to build a single chair in the middle of this floor over here. The classic, I'm going to put it on the light. The classic scaffolding with a trapdoor on the back of it. Oops, I'm jumping. That's not what I'm supposed to do. Boom! Chair. And so then trying to build any sort of tables and desks and stuff and other furniture at this same height is where things get a little bit challenging, because inevitably my chairs are huge. But this is like my go-to. Need a chair, I'll put down some scaffolding and a trapdoor. If I'm feeling really, really fancy, then I'll put the trapdoors behind. I keep jumping because I'm used to flying. And then I'll put a thing of carpet on it. Chair. I mean, I think even leaving off that section there. Yep, chair. It's a chair. This is my default chair. Anyway, it's really bad at doing furniture. In case you can't tell, all of my chairs are scaffolding. Trying to figure out where I want this wall to go for that. And there. Yeah, I think it's funny. One of my favorite games to play, like outside of Minecraft, is House Flipper. And the whole thing is building furniture. So you'd think I'd be pretty good at building furniture just from, or interior design or something from that, but, nah. Oh, you have a mod that lets you actually sit in the chair. I actually like, I have a modded server that my husband started, mostly to play with Create, we ended up, I asked to add a furniture mod just because I was like, I want to furnish stuff, and I don't want to have to try to figure out how to make the furniture myself. So I think we have like Macaw's furniture and like one other or something like that. I'm almost done with this section. What is that connecting to? I think that's supposed to connect there, and then this is going to there. Yep. That's odd. So yeah, I like doing the biomes you'll go. It gets a lot more of the custom trees out there. Some of the problem with the default trees is that they're designed so that way you can easily chop it all down. So they keep everything, for the most part, in a limited set area. So custom trees, if you had to actually cut down every log out of this huge giant tree, it suffers. That's where a lot of the modded stuff also has ways to just like insta chop down trees, is because it just gets too tedious to chop down custom trees all the time. That's alright. I feel like those two. That was something I did for my Legend of Alex world, was I built a whole bunch of custom trees, partially because of a scale thing. You know, a typical Minecraft tree, if you have a build this huge and you're like, alright, now I'm gonna plant a tree, and then it goes poof, and it's like only yay high, you're like, wow, that's a pathetic tree. It looks more like bushes than like a tree. And I'm used to, well, trees where I grew up and where I'm currently living are huge. So they're the, you know, the 50-foot or higher trees, you know, the really big things. And so it always seems odd when you plant a tree here and it's just this teeny tiny bush. You're like, my head can hit the bottom of this tree. Yeah, oh yeah, custom trees are more for the looks, absolutely. But that's why a lot of the mods take care of that problem, because you have to think about both how it looks as well as how it functions. So, yeah, that was a big time sink in my Legend of Alex thing, was I built a whole bunch of custom trees, and then used the schematic brush tool to splat them all around my world. I built like maybe 50 trees and then just copied and pasted them around. And then the schematic brush tool was glitchy and started glitching up other things. I had to remove it. And so now if I have to put more trees into my Legend of Alex world, which I inevitably will, I'll have to just completely rebuild all of them. If it's pretty, you don't chop it down. That's fair. Trying to not make this look too blocky, but I don't know how to help it. Yeah, that'll be fine. So just 2 more to go, and then the whole ambulatory will be done, because then I can just copy it, flip it. Woot woot! Huh. Well, and that only works. Patrick just said that he just builds farms, so he doesn't change the world too much. That only works so long as you actually like the terrain. And I've done nothing where I've gone like hundreds and thousands of blocks just trying to find a single location to build my base. But even then, it's like little things where you're like, all right, I need to do something with this, or else it's just going to be ugly. But again, I'm not very good at terraforming. I do what I can, but yeah, mixed results there. Did I forget to put... I did! I forgot to put an outer arch over here. I need to do that before I fill in. Eh. Yeah, adding blocks here and there is always going to, like, even this is making too stark of a line. I almost wonder if it's just a matter of being like, boop, and bam, more of a curve. course, it's hard to see when I'm using really dark blocks like the polished black stone, but yeah. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Should I try to do? No, I'm not gonna do another 1, 2, 3 because I'm gonna run out of room. That's the end of that one. Yeah, there we go. Well, actually, this should be down here now that I think about it. Oof. I might just... Well... We'll do that. It's a little bit clunky of a curve, but... Meh. Alright. I'm just gonna fill that in because it's weird to leave things hollow. I do it all the time anyway, but I don't like making things hollow. Bring the curve down more? Maybe. So what I could do is have that be there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and into that. That's a little bit nicer of a curve. Let me back up to a nice spot where I can see it. Yeah, I think that's a decent enough curve. Just changing it by that one block. And then here to here. Which jutting out part? This spot right here? Or like this stuff? Sorry. Part of the problem is it's on a curve by itself, so that makes it a little bit odd. I suppose I could, well, no, because the moment I go out there, it needs to be over here. This is what I could do, is drop all of those. It's a little bit on the flat side now, but it might be a little bit better. Alright, there to there. Line. Actually, that one should have been over to there. Hang on. That one. Whoop. That one. Oh. There. That would help. Alright. It's kind of a funky shape, but I can draw it out a little bit more. Try to make it more curvy. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Alright, and then fill it in. Alright, so we have our ambulatory is done. I just need to copy and paste it. Should I make the arches the same color as I made the arches in here? Should I just make it all the light blue instead? Kind of thinking so. Again, the problem is I can't just select it all and, you know, turn it all blue because I'll end up getting these edges. So... well, not seeing any horribly repetitive edges. Maybe that one. Eh. But no, nope, I liked it better before. Because it's supposed to come to, well, no, it's, let's see here, the 4 points, it's supposed to come to more of a point that direction, so yeah, maybe I'll point it a little bit more. I think the problem is you could spend a long time trying to finagle these. And and I don't have the patience for that. And some of it is well, yeah, you play Bedrock so that you have more patience than I, clearly. Some of it is also the knowledge that there's not going to be anybody who's, well, there might be some people, but most people aren't going to go through your build and be like, oh, that block is out of place. Especially when it's such a big mess going around this curve. Nobody's going to, you know, get on your case for having 1 or 2 blocks off, I guess. But you're right, it is a good practice to try to get it to a point where you like it, and if you're more particular, then that's fine. Yeah. Alright, so that's all of those. Feels a little bit blobby in the middle now because of that, but I feel like it'll transition better if you, yeah, and it'll help highlight where the actual main arches are, if those ones are left white and everything else is turned blue. I suppose the other solution would be to turn it to clay, which is the next lightness in that section, but I almost feel like that's too light and I don't want to have to change all of these, so yep. Alright, I'm gonna keep doing this and get all of these to where I like them. Sorry, that was bothering me. I think that also helps distinguish this Springer a little bit more. So it's not just a big blob of white. The Springer, okay. So that's because this is a arch going that way, but I'll do that one. Wait, did I do all the ones over here? Ah, I missed a block. Yeah, I got all of the ones over here, so yeah, just need to move on over here. Okay. And yeah, you're right, Sirius. I could make my vaults a lot more curvy, but again, it's up to you for how much patience you have and how lazy you're feeling, in which case, most of the time, especially when doing the Apse and Ambulatory, I tend to get pretty lazy by the end of it, because I just spent, well, we started this stream at 4 o'clock. It's now 6 o'clock. It's already been 2 hours and all I've done is the ambulatory, and I haven't even started on Windows or anything like that yet. So, it depends on how much you're willing to spend on each build, and I'm not willing to spend that much time on each build. Actually, I think I want to. Well, no, I could do this from. Go down to here. Oh, I should probably change out the floor. Actually, I need that to be... There's no center block, apparently. Alright, so there. That should have gotten all of the important bits. I'll of course be building more on the outside here, so I'm not going to bother filling in that stuff because it will, after you put in windows, there will be an outside wall already built. So. Thank you, Elizabeth. I like this color scheme too. Took me a long time to settle on it, but I really like the purples, especially since purple is one of the harder colors to work with on Minecraft. I think it's fun to challenge myself for some of that stuff. -A? Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't think I deleted any blocks, so... and... I'm going to completely kill all of my lines on the floor because they're actually, quite frankly, ugly. So, I think I'm just going to make a standard little diamond shape in the middle and then fill in the rest with, like, black or with obsidian right at the moment because, yeah, I don't feel like actually designing anything. I'm putting off doing the floors. As you can see from my plain boring floors that will eventually be changed later. Oh yeah, just being able to select everything, copy it, and paste it over to the other side. Whoop! What was that? That was, that one. You got structure blocks. Yep, that's pretty much it. Structure blocks are so hard to use. Honestly, I kind of wish that, well, there's a lot of things that I kind of wish were in vanilla Minecraft, and honestly, some of the controls that you get in World Edit is one of those. Some of the World Edit controls are a little bit wonky, so I can see maybe not having as many things that you can do in World Edit in the base vanilla game, but at least things like copy, flip, rotate, paste should definitely be in the game because it just makes builds so much easier. Alright, what am I doing for this floor? Just filling it with obsidian, I think, but I think I'm gonna put some pretty amethyst around these first. And once again, I'm gonna just fill in one half and then copy the rest. Yeah. I don't know what all you can do with structure blocks, but I know it's very, very limited. Alright. Replace air obsidian. And the fill command is so much nicer than vanilla fill commands, because, you know, with vanilla commands you have to be like fill, you know, this coordinate, this coordinate, this coordinate, this coordinate, this coordinate, this coordinate, and then obsidian, and it's just, you have to actually, like, look at what the coordinates. It's doing basically the exact same thing as the world edit commands, but it's just so much more difficult. And yeah, I'm just gonna be lazy and fill all of this with obsidian for these. Trying to make my best flat line, which I suppose, since that's already filled with obsidian, I can just go to there. See if I can make a square, and I can fill it in. Close enough. All right. Not the most practical way of doing that, but eh. And then I'll probably just do black concrete in the very center here, just for now. Again, I'll change out these floors later. I'm just trying to put something on the base layer so that way I can actually, like, wander around properly and look at it. Actually, thinking about it, since I'm replacing air, I can just grab all of this. Air, black, concrete, boink. Excellent. And then grab you, and you. Copy. Flip. Paste. Alright. And I'm going to grab a drink of water, and then we can start doing the apps. But we got the ambulatory done! Hooray! Just for good measure, I'm just going to wander around the ambulatory one more time over here, so you can see it in all of its glory. Huzzah! Alright. So now we can start on the apps. The apps is basically the same process, but significantly easier, because I just have to, you know, make the arches here and then arch up to the top and then fill in. So we're going to be taking the exact same arch shapes that we made down below and putting them up on this layer, starting with the springers over here. It looks like I have it just out of the light blue concrete this time, so see here, I'm gonna count just real quick. So this is 4, 4, 3, 3, and then 2 at the middle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, let me snag my frog light. Blink. 1, 2, and then that's my center point. I don't... Actually, I probably don't need to put the frog light there, but just as a reminder for myself for right now. Alright. Same thing here. 4, 4, 3, 3. So it's on a weird angle. So hi Daricio! My sister's here. Hooray! 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you mean my background? Oh, the background behind me, my screen. Yeah, we had some issues with push pins and I couldn't hang it up properly, so I gave up. I tried. I know, I went through all the process of making this background thing and I'm in the middle of trying to make frames for it to sit in, and I'm hoping to make it more like a folding screen, like the Japanese paper folding screen thing, and then I can like fold it up against the wall when I'm not using it, and then pull it out and have it as a background, so that way you're not awkwardly seeing my bed. But it's not done yet. So currently I've been well, last time I hung a big string and then took my big screens and just like hung it on the string. It was really super awkward to try to do, and today my push pins didn't want to stay in and the string just all fell down. I was like, meh. Did I not replace the dirt? Okay, there we go. Alright, so looking at this one, we have 4, 3, oh wait, no, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, 5, 4, 4, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I count that right? No, I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, and that's the middle. Okay. And again, 5, 4, 4. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Of course, I've been building over here, and now I'm building over here, so changing things up. Oh yeah, it's the hide behind the pillar one. 4, 4, 3, 2, 2, 2. Okay. There's only 1, 3. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. And another 1, 2 in the middle. I think so. And those should all be lined up. Excellent. And now for the easiest of these center lines. I almost wonder if I need to take amethyst and do like amethyst for the tips of the arches, and then the blue terracotta for those arches, just to make it a little bit more interesting to look at. I might try that. So yeah, we need to have from the tips and from the bottom, so we'll do the tips first. And this is going to be leaning way over for all of it because it doesn't look like I have very much space to go. So 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, just like that. So similarly, oh, I need to figure out that line. Hang on. This is just a temporary line. That's my middle point. That is my middle point, alright. Yeah, yeah. Amethyst. Okay. Oh, that's an easy pattern. Alright, cool. I like easy patterns. So. 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Like that? Maybe like that. Look at how that looks. It's a little bit janky right there, but I don't think I can avoid that. I think that's just because of the curve of that line. Yeah, it'll be fine. And one more over here. Oh, I need to find my line I'm following. And erase this one. I love the sound that it makes. Ding 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 ding. Alright. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 3 1 2 3. So 3 3 2 3 3 2. Okay. Yeah. That's a 3, so this is also a 3. And then this one is a 1 2. Yeah. And then 1 2 3. So it's going to come out there, and then something like that. Good enough. Alright, and then I'm gonna grab blue, and we're going to make the ribs going into the corners. I'm gonna erase my amethyst line down here. I don't know, I almost wonder if I needed to have done these ones in the blue, and then amethyst in the middle. I never know. So it does look like the amethyst is the one that goes all the way down over here, so yeah, I might replace these ones with the blue terracotta, so, yeah, blue glazed terracotta. So we're gonna say position 2. 1, replace amethyst block with blue glazed terracotta. I have a G mask on. Let's try that again. Apparently I wasn't down far enough for my position 1. Or, oh, no, I wasn't. Wait. Try that again. There it goes. Alright. Alright, now we can do amethyst for those ones. I don't need that one. That one's already down. This one starts right here. 2 3 4 2 3 2 3. This one's got quite a bit to climb, so 2 3 1 2. Is that 2 1 2? I do do that right? Yeah, I did. Okay. One, two. And we hope that it meets up with something over here. Hey, it met up with something over there. Cool. Good enough? Good enough. Okay. Next one is the 1, 2, so 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2. So we're on starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Just try to keep that similar enough. Whoop. 2, 3. Alright. So that's... Is that too awkward, or should I drop it? No, I think this is the better option. It's so shiny and sparkly and I like it. Alright. I'm gonna have troubles trying to sneak lighting up there. It's gonna be my main issue, I think, with this particular thing, but we'll find a way. And then that's all obsidian, except in the middle, but yeah, I think we're gonna do obsidian. Oh, I have obsidian on my bar, apparently. And then fill it all in as best as we can. And once again, I tend to use straight lines for all of these because at a certain point you're just like, yeah, who cares? Oh, this is why I had the G mask on, right? Let's put the G mask back on. And then line obsidian. And I'll obviously make adjustments here and there, but for the most part, all I'm doing is drawing straight lines all the way up. And this is why my G mask is in place, because it would try to replace some of these blocks with stuff if you weren't careful with it. I think technically that's my line that I should be drawing it to here. So far I haven't had like any huge gaps, so... Oh! Speak of the devil. Look, a gap. And at this point you're just like, yeah, I can fill that in. It's small enough. And especially since it's so dark here, it's not going to be noticeable if there's any obvious lines. You can barely see the line differences between blocks here anyway. I'm trying to think of how to sneak lighting into this. It's really, really hard to just use the poke a hole trick with this, and it doesn't really make sense. Well, so the only places that I would feasibly want to poke holes is right in front of these windows. So, but there's, you know, the window itself is already going to have a hole poked right about here-ish to allow some illumination in. So we'll see how it looks with that, and then I'll see if I need to add more lighting after I get my windows in. Windows are going to be a pain. So that's the on my next to-do list here. The more I'm building on this, the more I sincerely doubt I'm going to be able to get to doing a lantern or anything, because I'm going to spend all of my time just building windows, basically, is going to be... The windows are a challenge. It's gonna be straight across. Also just straight across. Nice. Also just straight across. Also nice. Cool. Don't really want to put something right there because I'll block that off. So I think I'm actually going to put it over here and see what line this makes. Yeah, that's a nicer line. Oh, it's just gonna be straight across. Alright. Yep. Next. And I don't know, sometimes I wonder if I should make the ambulatory, not the ambulatory, the apse a different color. I made the apse a different color in my Forest Cathedral, so that way it would stand out a little bit more from that. So maybe I should do the same thing here, but, oh. I'm just gonna keep it similar for right now, like the same, so... Probably be using the line tool again, but worry about just plopping something right there. Yeah, that would actually look better that way, and then do that. Oof, that's blocking. Oh, is it? Did it block some of my... Maybe not. Okay, so it didn't block it. Nice. Tough because I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna draw a line here, and I worry that it's going to try to block stuff, but I think that should be... I'd like that to be a little bit more open, so that way you can see that better. So I'm just gonna start drawing a line from here to there instead. How's that looking? That's looking pretty good. It's so hard to see the obsidian. That's the main problem with building with obsidian is I'm trying to look for very, very subtle block changes, and it's like, nah, you just see obsidian. It's bothering me having this block right beneath the the springer there, so I'm getting rid of it. There, haha. Yep. Next one. Maybe. So Patrick, if you're talking about trying to make more furniture stuff with like a chisels and bits like mod where you can do intricate details, it's possible. It's great for people who can do it. Good luck. I find chisels and bits to be frustrating, personally. So, and there are nice things about, they do have things where you can build something and have like an iteration of it and then copy it and then do that. They have some of that in Chisels and Bits installed for you, but even with all of that, it's really frustrating. I hate trying to build stuff with Chisels and Bits because it takes you forever to build anything. I tried really hard to basically build more elaborate I was trying to do like filigree designs in between, in the word that I can't think of right now, this spot right here. I tried doing one of these using Chisels and Bits at one point for a modded server, and it took me forever to do, and I eventually just gave up on the concept because it was too frustrating. See, you have to do every little tiny thing. Of course, I was also in survival mode. I don't know if it's any easier to work with Chisels and Bits in creative mode. I haven't done that before, but the other thing you have to be careful about with Chisels and Bits is it tends to lag your game really bad. I had fun watching, Corrales and Tango and a bunch of the other hermits started a create mod server at one point, and the Corrales ended up using Chisels and Bits like crazy, and people were always commenting like, oh, you can tell when Corrales' base loads in because it just like chugs. Hate how hidden that is because that's going to be really, really hidden. I almost wonder if for this upper one, since you can't go past this wall, well, if I build the outside wall on this level, I suppose it's not the worst. That might be what I end up doing. Okay, never mind. I'll just do that. Oh, but am I gonna do that for stained glass windows? Yeah, I'm gonna do that for stained glass windows, but then I have to deal with having a spot here, but that'll be fine. It'll be fine. It will work out. We're almost done with the apps. And I don't know, maybe I overuse the line tool in World Edit here, but, and obviously I make tweaks to it, but it's just so much easier. there. Did I get this already? The end is in sight. Oh. Alright, now all we have to do is copy that, flip it, and see just how dark it gets. Position 2. Improvised mob farm incoming. Pretty much. Ooh, that's dark. Yep, mob farm right here. I'm really happy with the change that Mojang made, where they, you know, the light level has to drop to 0 before mobs spawn. Trying to keep everything above light level 7 just made everything overlit. And I know I tend to leave my builds maybe a little bit too dark sometimes, but should I just do all 4 corners of all the pillars? I might do that. But yeah, trying to, I tend to keep things really, really dark in my builds, but that's because you have to have some shadows and contrast, and it's part of what makes your builds look good. And I hate overlighting things, and I end up getting the comment a lot of your build's too dark, and it's always just like, that's nice, I like it. But, you know, in some cases like this, where the bottom is supposed to be nice and bright, I did illuminate these ones with natural light and those ones with the end rods. I'm kind of thinking I might have to do the end rod trick for all of them, because I don't think it's a good idea to illuminate that. Welcome back, Aaron. Yep, we got the Apse Ambulatory completely finished here, except for we're figuring out lighting, and I need to then do the windows, which windows are going to be really, really hard to do. Yay, windows. I'm gonna try seeing how they all look with just end rods going up, all of them. And if I hate it, then I hate it. Oh right, it might be easier for me to just snag it all and do a copy paste. Instead of having to manually place all those. Yeah. Copy. Paste. Paste. It's gonna be right there, isn't it? Paste. Paste. So I'm gonna look and see. Yeah, it's not bad. It's maybe a little bit busy, but I think it'll look better for the illuminated pillars that way, rather than darkness. Part of the issue is that the dark ends up fading to a warm dark, and this is very much a cool build, and so it bothers me. Actually gonna... Yep. stand in here again. That's fine. Oh. Do I need to do it for both of those? I didn't do it for that. Probably should. Flip it back. And then flip it back this way. So I can place this last one. Okay. Shiny. Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's a little bit liney, but it's fine. Alright, now we get to do windows. Windows. So, to find out where I want the windows to go, I end up figuring out this, well, I need to first do this triforium, is that the name for it? This thing, the weird pillar-y things. Alright, so I'm just gonna roughly mark it out. Okay. Is that on the right Y level? Yeah, it is. Okay. Thanks for watching the stream, Patrick. Alright, I'll figure out the triforium in a bit. I'm gonna do the stained glass windows for right now. So this is... We wanted to do the actual window design on this level. So, window outside frame. That means glass. What other mods do I have? I honestly make my husband handle all my mods because I don't like figuring out the technical stuff. Does it show you in this? I don't know if it does. I think World Edit is the main one. I think it's running on Fabric. I used to have Optifine, but I don't think it's running right at the moment. I think I took Optifine off. I know you can turn off the connected textures, but I noticed after doing my video where I did the big stained glass window, I had the biggest comment was, oh, I can't get my window to look as smooth as yours. And I'm like, yeah, that's because I used Optifine to make connected textures. So I've since turned that off, and I think there was a while that Optifine was behind on updating, so, but it's probably fine now, and I just haven't re-put it on. Oh, it does look like I have, my stained glass window has a wall there, so I can actually put this in. Is that too much? No, that should be fine. Though looking at this, I then have the outer frame and the main window design right here. I might actually, just to emphasize that this wall goes back behind the pillar, I'm going to move that up so that way the frame doesn't cover up this section. It'll make my window a little bit thinner, so my design will have to be a little bit more concise, but I think that'll be fine. So this is going to be the frame of my window. It's gonna be a really skinny window over here. It's so little. It's kind of a shame because these are the main windows I wanted to really emphasize the, you know, full moon, waning, and new moon or whatever, but well, for one thing, I don't have enough windows for it, and these are going to be pretty small. But I think the main thing is I want as big of an oculus as I can give it. It's gonna be kind of small. I'm gonna have the same problem with my Temple of Time build, where I had big dreams, hopes and dreams for it, and then that wasn't actually how it ended up looking, because I couldn't put in individual medallions in that small of a space. Anyway, so this is a layer of glass. And then a space. And I'm going to leave an air hole or a sky hole, so that way I can illuminate these windows. How many layers did I do for these ones? 1, 2, 3. It looks like I just did 3 layers, so I'll do the same. That's a pretty standard for what I usually do. So glass, space, and at this point I can copy you. Position 2. Copy. So glass, space, glass, space, glass, outer frame. So now what I'm going to do is, from this outer frame, I'm going to build another circle going around, and that's going to, you know, matching up from over here to over here, and that's going to be the outside of my my build, just to keep things straight. Oh, I guess the outer frame is black stained, well, sorry, black concrete. And of course I can fill this back in for all of them except for the one that I'm going to have as a sky hole. Alright. I have to remember what I did for the gradient here. I think I'm going to keep that center area mostly white, and it goes from white to purple to light blue to blue. So I'm gonna grab my colors. I'll just replace all of them. Oop. Why did you replace that one? I need that one. Alright, cool. Let's start building this window gradient. And as always, I'm going to find my center point here, and then that center point is going to be up a block back here. And so that's my center point for my main circle. Actually, I'm gonna move that down, so I might build it here. Oh. Alright, so that lines up to where you're viewing it from down here, which is what I want. Do I want to lower it a little bit more though? Because I do kind of want the circle to be as big as possible. So I might actually lower that a little bit more, maybe by a couple more blocks. In which case, that's the center point. Alright. It's better. I still feel like it's a little bit high. Drop it one more? Drop one more. Yep. Yep, good enough. Alright, so I actually have quite a bit of it is white, and then I have the inside turn purple first, as always. So I think we're going to do big area. I don't know if I want to do a diamond shape. Let's try to make it more circle shaped, I guess. Yeah, so I'll make that circle shape for all of them, and then I'll build off of that. Already I'm starting to hit the top here. That's alright. Alright, so the inside changes to purple first. So, the middle, I mean. Oop. Yeah, this window's super squishy. Oof. So that's just one layer done. And then is it middle outside? Yeah. I might as well just fill that in all the way up to the top there. And then the front is still on white. And then the outside turns purple. What? not gonna have room for any other colors. Look at this. I'm almost to the bottom already. Are already filled up to the top there. I might as well fill this into all the way. So then I'll start switching to blue. I think I might switch straight to dark blue because I don't think I'm gonna get to light blue at all. So middle. And these two are still on purple. And then middle and back. Front is still purple. I'm not gonna have any blue on the front for these. I almost wonder if I need to make it switch to blue faster because of that. Because, yeah, that's going to be the first little bit of blue you get. I'm gonna go look at it, see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have it switch to blue faster. So instead of having it dwell on purple, I think I'm going to actually have the middle one switch to, so all of it's going to switch to blue 1 faster. And that includes the front. And then I'll have these guys switch to light blue at the very bottom. I think I'm going to make the front one at the very tippity top blue. Alright, here's my gradient. I like that. Window design. Should I bother with window design now, or should I move on to doing the gradients for the other two windows? Maybe I'll do window design last. It's also kind of bothering me that I don't have this triforium done, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick. I think that's supposed to be in one more. As many pillars as I'm fitting into this particular spot. And did I? Yeah, I think, yeah, the rest is all just black concrete. Don't really need to do that side because I'm going to be copying all of this and flipping it. Be black concrete. Okay. Simple enough. And I just need to do the ones over here. Less simple. Yeah, that should be fine. I try not to be horribly picky with my placement on these, just because, again, as with everything else on here, I don't want to spend forever on something that you're not really going to be paying attention to. The main thing is to keep the repetition of those going, and your mind will fill in the rest, so it doesn't have to be in the exact optimal locations, but I can look at this here and say, well, this will be able to put a spot here, or I could even move it one forward. Actually, I'm gonna probably do that, so that way that's my center point, and then those go up to the edge but not over the edge. This one I'm not entirely sure where the best place to put it is, but probably, well, if I do that, those will be connected, so I'll probably put it right here. And then have the bottom and top there. Could maybe move that one, that way one, but those two are already connected. I don't like having them connect like that. And nobody's going to see this floor, so I can leave in some oopsies, like that bit there. That's part of the ceiling underneath. Nobody's gonna care. And honestly, some of that, because it's the black concrete, you can get away with having it a lot closer up because it will automatically look recessed. So I can have it right up against these pillars instead of having a gap and then the pillars. Probably not right there though. Right here. And I just fill in the top. And then finally this one over here. This is again one of those tedious, boring things that I almost never actually show me doing in any of my builds. It's just sort of like a, yeah, you stuff some pillars here. It's not that important of a part of the build. Shrug. And there should be one more here, I guess. Ta-da! They're a little bit squished, but it's fine. Alright. Should we make... well... should we... well, not should we, but I think I'm going to go ahead and try to draw my circle. That is going to go all the way around here, so that way I can find where the outer edge of these is going to be, and I can kind of show you how to do the gradient on the diagonal windows. I hate this part. But you gotta do what you gotta do. So it looks like it's actually, the wall is recessed a little bit there. Trying to keep it in line with that. And we're going to be putting the circle from there to there. Should be... I'm trying to think. The edge of the circle, actual edge of the circle over here would be in line with this pillar, I think. So the center of the pillar. So I need to keep that in mind when I'm counting. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And this would be, we have to keep in mind it's from this center point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 7's probably overkill because I almost never have to go up to 7 for a block. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honestly, that's already going to be pretty big now that I think about it, because this one didn't even, this one's a much bigger circle, it didn't need to go all the way out to 6. So I'm gonna, well, no, that one did go all the way up to 6, but then I dropped down to 4 for some reason. So that's going to be too big. So we're just going to go out to 5, and then 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Actually, let's do a 1, 2, 1. Ah! And down to a diagonal right there. And I'm gonna something bad happened. What are you? Wait. 1, 2, 1. It's not lining up. I must have gotten a number wrong. 5, 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2. So it should be right, but it's not. So I need, that means this number is off. That's how it should line up. Oof, that's definitely on the, along, well, the rounded rectangle edge of this circle. It's not really smooth. I'm actually going to drop that down. We're going to go down to 3. I'm just going to completely eliminate this line. 1, 2, 3, and then we can do like a 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, and then a 1, 1, 2, I think. And you can kind of see we don't have the most room to work with for this window, but I think it'll be enough for 3 layers. Should be alright. How's my curve of my circle looking? Oh, much better. I like that much better now. Okay. Ah. Fall down. So we have, this is this line. Don't like that that's in line with that pillar, but it works out over here, so. Definitely don't like that. I know that's what it's supposed to do, but it'll be fine. This angle's really weird. Oh no, this is going to be a terrible window. I can already tell. Ugh. Oh well. It's fine. How do I want to do that though? Because that's gonna block it off. Do I make this window even skinnier? Yep. Make it even skinnier. That means my window is going to be 3 wide. Oh, no. Oh, not 3 wide, 4 wide. About to say. Alright. And this is why I hate making diagonal windows. I almost wonder if I should just have this go up right here, in which case that is a 3 wide window. Yep, it's gonna be a skinny one. It's not a very nice window. Just say that. Oh, thank you, Brunox. Glad you came to the stream. We're in the middle of making terrible diagonal windows. Oh, diagonal windows are worst. Yeah, so... Do I even try to put in a proper gradient? I don't know. Because, so we can say that this is a layer of glass. The outside window, let's see here, the outside of the pillar is going to follow this line here. So that means that we're going to have a pillar on the outside that's going to be a really awkward shape. It's going to be that big. That's the size of our, the buttress on the outside. And then over here, the buttress is going to be... Well, I'm gonna make it stick out one more. Yeah. Which case... Yep, right there. So, we have this space to this space to fill on the outside. This line is one too high, really. Because this is the line that's going to be where our window is going to go. So, as always, the problem with the diagonal windows is the outside is inevitably going to be larger than the inside, because the diagonal lines are going to, as it's radiating out, it's making a wedge shape for the windows. So the windows are wedge shaped, and that's part of the problem right here. Is and basically you have to build what you want the outside to look like, build what you want the inside to look like, and then fill in the rest as best as you possibly can. There is no better solution for that. So this is the inside windowsill. Not inside, the outside windowsill is going to be on this level, I think. And so that means we're going to have, this is going to be glass. And we need just one thing of glass in between, because so that way we have the full 3 layers of glass. So the tricky part here is to try to figure out where to put our 3rd layer of glass. And quite honestly, I think it's going to be, this is an issue because then this is running into itself, here and here. So... Yep, that's gonna be rough. I think we might end up just having... Yeah, because that's running into that. We might just have 2 layers of glass for this particular diagonal window, because I just don't have enough space to put a 3rd layer of glass without it running into itself. And that's fine. Oh, I guess that would all be this stuff. It's the shape that we want it to make. I'd like it to be similar in height to that one. But if we do that... So the problem is that this inside window is supposed to go a lot higher. You can see that one's a lot taller than this one is, and that's going to be a problem. I think that's as tall as I can make that one go, though. So this one's going to be a little bit squish. And I'm not sure how I want the outside to go, because the outside's going to be along this same line here. Oop. See here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we also have a double in the middle for the outside. And I'd like it to go up to the same Y height as this one. Which this one is at Y height 3. So... We'll have to make up something a little bit here. That one's also going to be 4 that way, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the edge of our line. This is not an attractive window. Oh well. I might just... This window is going to be... because it's going to be hard to make a proper gradient with this one, I'm not even going to try. Not very well. I'm just going to, at say this point, I'm going to suddenly switch to purple because that's about when it switches to purple over there, and it's going to be purple up to a point where suddenly it's just going to turn into white. I guess the white went down further on this one. Gothic tower roofs? You mean spires? I already did a video on spires. It's basically the same thing. I if you haven't seen it already, watch my spires and lanterns video. Unless you had specific questions about it. Yep, that was not a nice angle. I think it didn't help that I couldn't put in a third layer of glass, so this is going to be a little bit less opaque than all of the other windows, but it shouldn't make too much of a difference, I don't think. I might add just a little bit more shape to make it look more like a circle instead of just a blob. Ta-da! I might have the purple in the back go up a little bit more because you can see that that's kind of a drastic change right there, and I kind of want some gradient to this thing. So I might... raise it up by 3. And maybe drop it down in the back, actually. Make it just a smaller section here. make it more of just like a circle. That should be alright. It's kind of weird because this one is definitely goes a lot higher in the white on the outside, but I think it should be fine. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move on and do this, this window over here now instead. Thankfully this one is a lot flatter than that one. This one will be a lot nicer. This is basically the window that's like, it's there because there's supposed to be a window there, but it's not going to be a nice window. So these two windows are the main ones in the Apse and Ambulatory section. And I mentioned the Ambulatory because it's we're gonna run into the same problems down here. This window is going to be pretty bad. This one is too, actually. It's not as flat, but it's gonna be what it's gonna be. This is inevitably going to be the worst window right here, this one. Which I suppose I should actually close up some of the sides. And yeah, it's going to not be very pretty because this is the outer wall of that whole thing. So yep. I'm just gonna kind of cap off these and fill the rest with this stuff. Oh, actually that's going to be, that's on the wall, so that's gonna all be purple. It's a little bit unfortunate that you can then see the purple wall through there, but it helps that it's also a purple window, so I don't think it'll be too problematic. I'm just gonna build up this wall here so that way I know that it's what it's supposed to be. There's a reason that I always say that the Apse and Ambulatory are the hardest things to do, and so yeah. I'm glad that you guys have been patient with me as I'm building this, because it's definitely the jankiest part of this whole build. So that's our outer wall and window there. I just need to keep building it up around this window, and then I can kind of close off these edges a little bit. But as far as like trying to find where the roof of this goes, part of the problem is obviously this is a lot lower than that. So yeah, fill it in. Nobody's going to look that closely at this window. It's kind of to our advantage that this window's pretty narrow, because it will hide, you know, not as many people are going to be looking into it and saying, oh hey, your window is janky, and I'll be like, yeah, it is janky, thanks for noticing. So you can see the roof up there through that window. But people are going to look at it from a distance, and it'll be fine. I am noticing just how translucent this particular window is, but that's just because I'm missing one of the layers. Oh well. That's just the way things go. In Albuquerque. Alright, so back to building this window. This window is going to be a little bit nicer. Maybe. Fill in gaps. Yeah. So weird. And once again, I note that I need to drop this by 1. Oh, I just realized I forgot to leave a skylight. For this, see here, that's in the middle enough. I think that's going to be our skylight right there. So I'll build that up just a little bit more to remind myself that is a skylight and this is a skylight. For those of you who don't know, I light up my windows by poking a hole all the way up to the sky, and I'll block it off with things like this, where it's just a piece of glass, or sometimes I'll put carpet, just to, just so that way it's fully illuminated. The skylight is the best way to light up any build. So that's what we're doing with that. Buttress. Alright. This window, that's what I'm doing. Alright, so this is going to be on that edge. I might squishify this window a little bit over here. Oof. Yeah, it's when it goes from the, an even number to, well, an odd number to an even number, and you're like trying to find that center point, and it should match up, and it doesn't, and it's like, that didn't work. But I was kind of hoping to be able to, because if I put this window block here, it's going to be flush with the pillar, which I suppose isn't the end of the world. I did like the way it looked before I made this change, so yeah, I might put it back. It does mean that I have a hole right there, but it's fine. Oh, this is supposed to be over here. Ah. And then we have this problem again. I like having the tops of the windows all line up on the same Y level, so even if it makes it a little bit odd. Alright. There's just this spot right here, which, meh. Fill it in. So now we can determine that my glass layer, this is going to be glass right here. And on the outside, I think I want this window to be right there. Should I have that go all the way over there? Yeah. Once again, I'm looking at, I want the top of this window to be on the Y level 3. So right at this very center. And how many blocks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have another even number. So somewhere in here, I guess it's, sorry, I'm just blocking it out so I can see it. So these two, the very tops of them are going to be at Y level 3. That's going to be my center spot. So I need to account for that. I'd like it to go down as far as that one there, but oh, that's going to be in one. Well, actually, I'd like it to be, if I can, at all possible, keep the windows all the same height, then I will. It's just difficult to do. Alright, alright. So now we have, so this is the glass layer for here. And I'm fairly confident I can actually slip in, oh, less confident I can slip in a third layer now. Huh, because this is only a 2-block wide gap. I guess my circle was a little bit squishier than I thought it was going to be. I can't quite fit in, because yeah, I could fit in a piece of glass right here, but then on this one it's running into stuff. And I can fit one right there. No, that'll make lines in the middle of my glass. I think we're just going to have to stick with the 2 layers of glass again. And do our best to fill in what we can. I'm not sure how high this is going to go up. Probably to about there. We have that come. Give it a nice roundy shape on the bottom. That means I do want a wall here. And I think I'm gonna make this wall be right here. Oh, actually, that was gonna be purple. Sorry. And at some point it'll turn white. Good morning. I don't actually know how to pronounce the name, sorry. I mean, I say good morning, but it's like 8 p.m. for me, almost. Well, it's not the cleanest looking window, so I guess this one's also going to be a little bit janky. Alright. Thankfully, I think I can get away with just a flat wall going along here, so I'm gonna do that where I grab this, and this is all just going to be polished black stone. And these guys in front are going to be purple. Oh, that went up way higher than I had all of the other ones going. I guess that's because that's where that wall is supposed to go. It means I need to actually lift all of these ones up higher. But I'll get to that in a bit. I think I'm just going to completely not even bother capping these with anything. Just let them be purple. And then, yeah, I can then lift the rest up. But let me get the gradient, this window gradient done. I say gradient, but it's hard to have a gradient with only 2 colors. I wish I could have fit another bit in, but this one doesn't go nearly as high. Probably just like that. So I feel like this should be the polished black stone, because you can't even see it back behind there at all. But you can see it through that window, so I'm just gonna do this. Alright. Yeah, we'll start the white down here, I think. Is that a big enough circle, or do I need to make it go higher? I need to make it go higher. That's fine. Thank you, Fabi OMG, a live stream. And then we have to like fill in some of this stuff too. You can tell I'm not exactly precise with my placement of anything inside of this window. And I actually forgot to finish filling in the stuff over here, so yep, good enough. And this is gonna have to be my skylight right here, because I can't have it here, because that's the, yeah, that leads directly to the inside. So, oh, her name is just Fabi. The OMG a live stream is just false. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm glad that my live stream could be chill for you. Alright, yep, so now I have a skylight there. That should illuminate my window well enough. And yeah, I think that's the gradients done on all of the diagonal windows at the top here. I'll go ahead and fill in this wall all the way up so that way it's level with that. And I might as well put in the roof, and then I just need to... I'm pointing at the screen like you can see it. Sorry, point with the mouse, not with my finger. Alright, I think I can go ahead and, yeah, I'm gonna fill in all of this stuff, and then I'll go ahead and actually put in a design. I think, honestly, I'm just going to do an oculus and maybe try to do a double lancet, but that's mostly just going to be a center pole going down in the middle. I'm not going to make these too complicated of windows. I am hoping to I'm also going to try to design filling in half of the oculus on this one, and then maybe leaving just a sliver for a new moon over here, because that's the whole point of this cathedral. Was supposed to be you know, it's a lunar cathedral, so you want to be able to have the waxing up to a full moon and then waning on either side. So I might try to make some of that. It's gonna be really rough because these windows are so tiny though, unfortunately. This should all be easy to just fill in all the way up to the top though, here. I just realized I'm starting to approach the 4-hour mark for doing this live stream. So unfortunately I'm not really at a good spot to wrap it up. Because I was hoping to at least get the windows done, but it looks like I'll be able to get maybe the top windows done and then call it. Means I'll have to do another live stream. Woohoo! Part of me's like, oh, I didn't get nearly as much done this live stream as I did last time, but I also have to recall that I just did the hardest part of the cathedral in this one, so of course it's not going to be as observably much as I did over there. It's because this whole section here is really, really challenging. As I kind of worried, it is looking a little bit dark up there. And unfortunately, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to fix that. I'm gonna go ahead and take these and copy it over just so that way I can see it properly. I think I'm actually safe to just select it from down here because everything here is the same. So I just need to find over here, all the way out to there, and up to the top. Position 2. Copy. Flip. Paste. Alright. I do think it'll be better with the Oculus highlighted in there, but I think it's nice enough looking. It does get a little bit dark up there, but I'm not sure if I should illuminate it or if I should just leave it dark. It feels odd because like the rest of the cathedral is actually pretty well lit. So it does feel odd to have some spots of darkness there. The only thing I can think of to do is like sneak in some frog lights here and there though. So I don't know if I should put one at the tips of each of these, maybe. Oh, I missed the middle one. That's better. Still gets kind of dark in the middle there though, but that should be fine. It's looking pretty. I'm gonna go ahead and start putting in the Oculuses and divide up the space into Lancets down below. I use quotation marks because it's I'm not going to be able to get pretty looking lancets out of this. I'm sorry. Feel like grab these and that. Let's make some design stuff. Two, three. I almost wonder if well, this one's going to be lowered just because I'm running out of space with this. Oh, if I do that. It's really bad. If I do that, kind of curve it a little bit, maybe. It's really squashed. And I did also want to have half of that covered. Because that's supposed to be the quarter moon. Sorry, I'm reading a comment. I'm not sure what you mean by that. So if I fill in all of that. Oops, that's not good. I know it's supposed to be a quarter moon. Well, not supposed to, yeah, it's supposed to be a quarter moon, or not a quarter moon, a half moon. So it doesn't make sense for it to just be a little tiny sliver. Maybe, actually, I do that. Oh yeah, that looks like a half moon. Half moony enough. I have the lancets going up to that far on the bottom one, so I'm wondering if I should try that same thing here and then just leave a gap in between. Oh, well, that should just be a regular block, not double slabs. That's alright. So I'll attempt to do the same thing over here. But it's gonna be tricky. Oh, you're saying to replace the wall blocks here with tinted panes? No, I don't think that's going to work, because tinted panes are still pretty opaque. Sorry, tinted panes are still pretty translucent. They're not opaque enough. Are there even tinted panes? No, I don't think there are. I think you get tinted full glass blocks. I don't think there's tinted panes. Either way, no, it'll be better to do wall blocks there. But I can try to, like, fake some lancets like that. And both of those walls. Just because this window is so skinny. There. That looks like a quarter... Well, not a quarter moon. I keep saying quarter moon. I keep meaning a half moon. And then this one will be just the crescent moon. Let's see here. I want to get it so that way this is the top of the oculus and bottom of the oculus is pretty consistently there-ish. Trying to stuff myself into these tiny gaps. It's a little bit of an awkward space, but how many blocks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's on the wrong. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, that's 6 blocks. I don't want it to be on a 6 block gap. So lower that by 1. Sorry. These ones need to be squishy. And I missed a block right there. And another one right there. It's more of a diamond shape, but So there's a trick you can do where you make but that's not gonna work on that edge. Oh no. Oh no! Darn it. There's a trick you can do sometimes where you can fake the wall blocks as being a vertical slab. Because that's really what I need right here. If I wanted to balance out these slabs, then I would use a vertical slab right there. But we don't have vertical slabs. I can fool the eye by doing that, maybe. And then that, nope, that's like really super squish. Well, actually I'm going to be trying to make it into a quarter moon, so actually this is going to be, this is going to be filled. So, let's see here, how do I want to do that? Oh no, I kind of want that to be revealed at the top, though I am was changing that to be like that, and I got rid of those, so that's supposed to be a full block there then, to make it like that. I feel like the white needs to go up higher then, because I want it to fill that moon shape. That's not the prettiest because it's on a weird diagonal. I worry that from the ground that stair block makes it look too thick. I think that's going to be the challenge at this point, is actually to make it look nice. I think I might actually make this one go up higher to try to trick you into because it's not going to be even from this level, but you're not going to view it from this level. There's no viewing platforms. There's not even a gallery to view it from. So... almost. Let me try... Heck. Ah! I landed on a platform I didn't mean to. I feel like that is too thin of a line right there, so I'm going to... Is that just a full block at that point? Yeah, it is. Your best angle of viewing this window is going to be from right here. I think I need to see more of the bottom of that moon. Again, it's looking really, really fat from level with it, but that's not the point we're viewing it from. Hey, we got a nice crescent there. Sort of. Ah, tricky. Alright. Well, I'm gonna stuff some lancets down below and call it good. And then we'll do the outside and then copy it over, and then I think we'll have to call it there, to be honest. So... And so it's going up right here, middle. That's the level here, so... There. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like it. There we go. Alright, thanks for dropping in, Fabi. Bye! Okay. I almost wonder if I need to remove this glass, because it looks a little bit odd. And just have that be a solid wall right there. Yeah, I like that change better. Alright, so those windows are done. And now we get to go out here and do the same thing, but for a completely different window shape. It kind of bothers me that both of these windows come up to that height, but this was just like, nah, I'm dropping down to there. But it also lines up with that window, so it's fine. Everything's fine. Did I basically replace every block? Yeah, I tried to keep it so I was limiting my use of stairs and walls and stuff because of that. Oh, you're fine. Oculus. Actually, that goes down one more? No. This is where it is. I'm trying to look on the inside of the glass to see where my full blocks are and fill in from there. This is good. That's the easy window to do right here. Bam, done. Well, welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I'm going to be wrapping it up pretty quick here, but I want a good stopping spot, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish the design for these windows and copy it over, and then I'll call it there. It's the same length of time as my other stream, actually, 4.5 hours. So, maybe a little bit long for stream runs time, but yeah. It only looks a little bit janky, right? And then this one's going to be the half moon, so half of it's going to be blocked out. On the inside I blocked out that left side, so I feel like I want it to be lower, actually. I know I was trying to make it in line here, whoop, but I kind of want it to be similar to that look over there. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now it's a little bit too low, actually, is what it looks like. But I might leave it there, but I think I'm going to turn these windows at the top back to purple. I guess I let it stay white up top a little bit further than the actual Oculus went over there. So I guess to try to stay in accordance with that, I should actually keep it white. It just seems a little bit odd to me, but and this should actually climb up a bit higher. And then block off half. I guess so. Alright, I don't really have a good center point to make my wall look nice, but I'll just kind of consider this to be my center point. How high up do those lancets go? Up to there? So that's the point that the lancets need to go. Doink. Boink. Boink. It's not pretty. Maybe if I do that instead. I feel a little bit better about that. It's still kind of odd, but still wonder if I need to do, like, leave that, but no, that makes it look less intentionally blocked off. Alright, I think that looks okay from the outside. I hope it didn't ruin the look on the inside. Yeah, looks fine. maybe a little bit odd, but yeah, it's fine. And now for the crescent moon. That's actually a little bit lower than I think it needs to be. But then again, I'm also running into the frame up there. Yeah, it's a bit of a drop, but it's fine. The tricky part is going to be filling it in such a way that it looks like a crescent moon. Here, I don't really want to use the polished blackstone because, yeah. It's kind of a crescent. It's really, really squashed. It doesn't look very nice. I feel like that needs to go up, but then it... You can barely see where it converges up there. But it kind of makes a crescent moon. I almost wonder if I need to add some, like, make this be a slab instead, but that's just gonna stand out as, hey look, there's a slab sitting on top there. But it does make, actually from the distance you don't really see it too much. That corner looks really, really odd. See how many slabs and stairs I can get away with stuffing in there before somebody calls me out on it. It looks a lot smoother that way. It doesn't scream crescent moon, but I don't think I'm going to be able to fix that. I think it's just going to be janky no matter what I do with it. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there. I'm just gonna put the lancets in, and it's another 2 wide gaps. I just don't have a good top and bottom again. Where is the lancets? Are on that level. Really? Okay. Boop, boop. And boop. Boop. Just extra long. Or pro move. I just say screw you, window. And chop off half of it. But I don't like that part, half that got chopped off on it. Oh no. Nope, I don't like that. I don't think there's any winning that one. But it does elicit the phases of the moon from a distance, sort of. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I... is that good enough? I think I'm going to have bigger windows that I'm also going to put it down below, and I think it'll be more obvious what I'm trying to do at that point, and it'll also be on the side windows, so... I think it's good enough. I think the only thing I have on the outside left is maybe some dooley wops, like what I did over here, because dooley wops are great space fillers. Yeah, these windows are all sorts of messed up, because it's not only small, but they're diagonal, and yeah, we're running out of space here, but I do want to add in some of these. I don't have a good middle point. Oh wait, that's supposed to be on the top then, the amethyst. Yeah. And then dooley wops. How are these dooley wops? Okay, so they converge over here, and then... oh, and then they go back up? Well, these are some weird dooley wops that I made over here. Oh dear. That's, good enough. Oh, that goes down too far. Here, let's do... there. That's only a little bit messy looking. Just a bit. Yeah, alright. And finally, the flattest wall of them all, which will be the easiest. Huzzah! It actually has a middle point. Alright. I really only need to do 1/2 of this dooley wop. Yeah, there we go. Good enough. Conveys the idea well enough. Alright. So now we get to say, well, this is up here. I gotta get everything in. Position 2. And we're gonna go inside. I don't have a good way of getting inside quickly. Position 1. Copy. Flip. Paste. So that's the inside, the interior here. Something got messed up with that. Or did it? No, never mind. That's the crescent. It's just hard to see that crescent. Why does... Do I have a G mask on again? Hang on. I do. I think I do. Yep, that looks better. And the outside. So crescent, half, full, half crescent. All right. And it is 8:30, so we have reached the 4.5 hour mark, so I should probably wrap it up there. I know it doesn't look like we got as much done, but that's the hardest thing to build. Next tricky parts, of course, are I still have more windows to put that are going to be diagonal windows. And then I have to make the rounded roof. And then I have to, of course, do the crossing, lantern, transepts, and then bell tower and front entrance. So I might very well have to turn this into into 2 more streams, is what I'm trying to say. But here, let me go back in so you can kind of see what it's looking like. We're making good progress, honestly, we are. I'm really happy that we got the entire Apse and Ambulatory done, minus the lower windows. But those are always a challenge to do. I think it's looking pretty good. It's very purple, and it's very pretty, and it makes me happy. So, yeah, you'll have to let me know what you guys think, and I'll go ahead and sign off now, and I will see you in the next live stream that we'll do. Actually, I'm going to be posting videos in between that. I'm almost done with a Romanesque tutorial, and so the next video you'll see from me will be Romanesque. I have the build all done for it. I just have to finish the script and actually record it and edit it, which, knowing me, will take me a good week or 2 because I'm bad at doing stuff. But it should come out soon. So anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Take care. Goodbye.